Alright, hello, greetings and welcome. Hello, hello. Wait, something is happening weird again. Ah, every single time. Every single time. Okay. Why are you not tracking my mouse? Okay. For some obscure reason, my media pipe shut down. That's new. Okay, whatever. Hi! Hello, hello. Greetings, welcome in. My name is Harry Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, hello, hello. Got my orange juice. I've slept well and I'm on time. Let the productivity begin. Nice, nice. Good to see you, hype. I hope that everyone had a good weekend, a good Easter. I hope that it treated you well. Also, wow, the music is loud. Hold up. Yeah, for some reason, over the weekend, my entire audio setup decided that it was going to upend itself again. So, whoopsie. Just quickly restoring everything. There we go. It looks like we're back. Cool. Good to see you too. How was your Easter? My Easter was good. It was good, fundamentally. My entire household got sick. I am the last man standing on that regard. The last bastion of not suffering the sniffles asterisk yet. I started sneezing this evening and I'm kind of a little bit worried now. But I'll monitor it and see what happens. But yeah, otherwise it was a good weekend. Nothing notable happened. I was kind of isolating myself from the family a little bit, but hey. Citrina, hello, hello, welcome in, good to see you. Hope you had a good Easter. Okay, actually there was a notable thing that happened over the weekend. I started participating in a 5-day music composition challenge on a whim. That's the thing that happened. So I am like 2 days behind on that, but hey, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'll be done with it before the end of the week. And hopefully the methodology that I'm learning is going to be functionally helpful with some other stuff that I'm neatly, sleekly working on. But yeah, so far it's going well. I've only actually done day 1 and half of day 2's things. It's supposed to be day 3 now. So I have not yet done today's segment of work on that, but yeah, it's because I was halfway through yesterday's thing and I realized that I messed up in day 1 a little bit on one of the sections, and there is Discord in a place where I really do not want Discord, so I've got to do some repair work. Lots of projects, busy as usual. Yeah. It is dawning on me in a terrifying way that I may actually need to work up the courage to tell the folks, hey guys, listen. I might actually need to go for an ADHD assessment because the inside of my brain is loud and I'm struggling to focus on things and it scares me. And yeah, it's really loud up there between the ears, and I'm wondering if it would be worth my while to get an assessment, and I'm really not looking forward to that because it does turn out that I do actually have ADHD, which is highly likely. Then I may need to get medicated for that, and that is an expensive affair that I do not have the guts for, really. And yeah, it's just one of those things that I don't really want to think about it, but it's kind of a little bit too obvious to ignore, and it's actually impacting my ability to be productive, and that is a bigger problem than a monthly medication expense. So it's an issue. It's an issue. And I can't ignore it for very long. So yeah, I'm just working up the courage to talk to my folks about that a little bit, but yeah. Before that though, I'm going to need to actually, you know, make the rest of this month, so that's the plan. But anyway. Oh yeah, I've got to do marketing assets this week still. When am I gonna do that? Anyway. So today we are continuing work on the reference sheet for Adeline. I've not worked on it again over the weekend. I've not touched the animation again over the weekend. I tried to actually disengage from the computer a little bit. I don't know if I was 100% successful, but yeah. That sounds rough. Take the time you need to decide how to tackle that properly, but we wish you all the best. Thank you. Yeah, it's something that's been weighing on me for a couple of months now already, but it's starting to reach a point where I am noticing it's affecting my sleep, it's affecting my ability to actually functionally concentrate while doing tasks, and it's annoying. Sounds like I came in on the tail end of something serious. I have no idea what it is, but I wish you all the best. No stress. Hi, welcome in. Good to see you. Nah, I was just mentioning in passing that I am working up the courage to talk to my family about potentially going for an ADHD assessment. Which is going to be really expensive to do, and really expensive if it turns out to be an actual thing. But I'm looking at the opportunity cost of the potential loss in revenue that will happen if I fail to actually be productive versus the cost of controlling potentially my overly loud brain. Because I'm 90% sure that I'm ADHD. It's just, we don't really do medicine in my house. Yeah, so it's like, it's about managing, okay, is it a necessary enough expense for it to be taken seriously, you know? But yeah, that's where we're at there. But yeah, aside from that, we're all good. I do think I might have actually caught the bug that's going around in my household today, though. Thank you for the dot giver. Thank you again for the dot. I've been seeing your dots come in periodically, and I appreciate your dots. Thank you. That's one way to look. That's cute. Okay. On the other hand, don't want to jump to medication too quickly. On the other, sometimes it might be a part of the solution. Yeah, like, my family and I've been, well, my entire family are probably ADHD. Like, my dad was that kid in school who, if the intercom went off, it was always his name. Like, just, there was no other word that ever got said on the intercom in his school than his name. And everyone knew that whatever it was, it was him. But yeah, and there's a whole bunch of other little tics that we know about in the family that after learning a little bit, because my mom had the opportunity a couple of years ago to work as a PA in a special needs school for a while. And we picked up a lot of information about ADHD because a lot of the kids were actually on medication for it and stuff. And one, we learnt a lot about it, but two, we got very, very, very cautious about jumping to medication way too quickly. However, the awareness means that one actually starts to notice patterns, and I've been observing these patterns now for a couple of years, And it's just, now that I am basically self-employed, it's kind of just showing up a little bit, yeah. Balance in all things. Yep, exactly. One needs to balance. I'm a firm believer in balance and making sure that one tests various options before making final calls on things. To really take the time to assess things. But also have enough information on hand so that if you need to make a decision quickly, you can do so in an informed manner. Based on various degrees of circumstantial evidence and so on and so forth. Blah. But yeah, that is where we are at. Where we are also at is we are currently in the art channel, and we are in just chatting mode. But I think what we should do is start off with a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I hope that the music is of a decent volume for everyone. I hope everything is functional. My audio devices reset themselves in voice meter over the weekend somehow, so I needed to reset everything. So hopefully everything is restored. I also know that I need to come into my microphone settings somewhere in the run of tomorrow and actually go through my compressor again and make sure that everything is in place. Anyway, today the plan is we are continuing work on the ref sheet. So let's just jump in over here again. So I've not worked on it since the last productivity stream, right? We've got to do the hairstyle and we've got to do the back view on the dress. There's no shading on this one, so it's going to be, or no shading on back view, so that'll be quick. We still got to do a little bit of nominal shading on the front view. Just for the sake of texture, although I think this one is going to be... we'll see exactly how this one is going to respond versus the other side, the other dress's reference. The master plan? Yeah. What does the old wisdom say? Trial things and retain what is good. And yeah, that's where we're at. And yeah. Phew, okay. My coffee is cold. It was made an hour ago, so I'm just gonna quickly down that. Because as you can probably tell, my brain is loud right now. I was saying something. Oh yes, I do also think that I have maybe, very likely, picked up the flu that my family had over the Easter weekend. Like, everyone except me has been coughing and spluttering and sniffling and all of that madness. And today I started sneezing more, which concerns me, and I can feel my throat is a little bit tight. So I'm going to be monitoring that this week. Hopefully I will be okay. But yeah, I'm just going to be monitoring it because also, being sick sucks. And I really hope that I'm not going to need to cancel anything this week. We might have the streams be a little bit shorter to give the voice a little bit of a chance to rest and all of that. But it feels like it hasn't been all of that long since I was last ill, which is also not great. Yeah, anyway. An interesting thing that happened over the weekend, though, was that I did parkrun again on Saturday, and I was only 20 seconds slower than my best time. I was only 20 seconds slower. Ah! You just gotta tell the germs no, establish your boundaries. Yes. Hopefully you can get the jump on it before it breaks out. I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. It is highly likely that when comes the midnight break for standing up and stretching and all that madness, I'm gonna probably go and make myself a cup of tea instead of the normal coffee, and I'll do the whole honey rooibos thing. Just soothe the throat a little bit. But yeah, I was really, really grateful to get a good time on the parkrun this last Saturday. Once again, I'm not ever going to tell you guys what my times were. But it was good. It was good. I was only 20 seconds off of my best time, which happened 2 years ago. Like, I haven't got the most parkruns under my belt because unfortunately for various reasons I've had to miss several weeks over the last, 6 years of doing parkrun. But yes, I've not yet done 50, but I'm working towards it, and I really hope that I'm going to be fit and healthy enough to do it again this coming weekend. I really hope so. We'll see. It all depends on if I manage to stay in one piece enough to actually be able to breathe come Saturday. And if the rest of my household are also up to it. Well, it's obvious now that your time was 20 seconds and you're just trying to get back up to light speed. I love the confidence. I love the confidence. Hey. Oh, shucks, oh, shucks, oh, shucks. I knew I was forgetting something when I was sitting at my computer. I need me just switch on my graphics tablet's driver. Gotta calibrate my driver. Okay, there we go. Now I should have tablet sensitivity. Yes, it works now. Cool. There we go, there we go. And the other cool thing, now that I was thinking about setups and all of that madness, is that some of you guys might have seen the tweet that I purchased a tool. Ah yes, the perfectly optional graphics tablet drivers. Yes. Those things that might only very, very slightly be marginally important. Just a little. Itty bitty little bit. It is this brush, yes? Yes, okay. I'm not completely insane yet. So yeah, I acquired a tool. I did see the tweet and guessed at what it is. Yes, I'm not going to confirm anyone's guesses. I saw your guess about a glue gun. I saw Grahazik's guess on Blue Sky about a soldering iron. And both are definitely well-informed guesses. But I am not going to confirm anything at this stage. But I'm really, really excited for it. I have set up my hand cam a little bit better now. So now all I need is a USB extension cable so that I can move my webcam for my facial tracking temporarily to my craft station, which is behind me by about a meter. Let me do this. Hold on, one second. Clear you out the way, just a smidge. And switch you on. And I just want to show you guys, because I can. That's the craft station. So we are going to be made use of in the very, very near future. We're going to be making use of this in the very, very near future, and I'm probably going to be making use of it far more frequently. Now that that particular tool is arriving. So look forward to it. What's nice is, you guys have already seen my hand, so I don't mind showing you guys. This is not reflective in the way that that my face is in danger of being seen, which is really, really cool. So, yay! Soldering is a weird word. I've only ever heard it pronounced as if there's no L in it until you just now, like soldering. Oh dear. No, it's definitely solder. But yeah, so we're going to be making use of this. Hold on, let me just get this file out from underneath there. That's not supposed to be there. And that piece of what I like, so, okay. So yeah, we're going to be making use of this, and I'm really, really excited for the first project that I've got lined up. There are a few hints scattered around the workstation at the moment. Also, once again, I'm not going to confirm anything, but you have a few more seconds to analyze what you see, but thereafter I'm switching back to the Clip Studio screen, and at which point I'm gonna just switch off the light behind me as well, because it's really cool. Craft Station has its own light, so I've got really good control over everything as well. I thought it was soldering this whole time. My life is a lie. No, I assure you guys, it is solder. Looks very interesting. Excited to see what you have planned. Yes. Darn it, Jim, I'm a supervillain, not a detective. Oh well. I'm expecting the delivery of that particular tool at a time in approximately... let me just switch that off again. In approximately a week. And then I'm just going to give it about a day to just test it out, make sure that it's actually functional. And get a little bit of dexterity practice in using the thing. And then we'll be able to go ahead and make a bunch of cool stuff. Dexterity. Yes, dexterity. One must have dexterity to operate one's tools. It's not necessarily the same sort of dexterity as one would need to say... It's a different kind of dexterity from drawing dexterity and writing dexterity. It is also a different kind of dexterity from the sanding or grinding tool usage, so That is something that is, yeah. Like, it takes a certain amount of dexterity to be able to operate a pair of pliers, right? Yeah, let's hydrate quickly. Again. I still need to draw a better asset that I can use for that. I think I'm not quite a crafts veteran, but I've done a couple of things, and the glue gun was certainly my friend. The glue gun is a good friend. The glue gun is a good friend. The heat gun is a good friend. The Dremel is a good friend, or the Dremel-like object is a good friend. I've not actually had the opportunity to use it. I have got a spray gun, but I've not actually had the opportunity to use it, and I think my air compressor has actually been co-opted into the garage, so it's probably hidden somewhere in all of that madness. So yes, you can be assured that it's none of the above. Heat gun, like a blow dryer? Yes, but like a blow dryer dialed up to 11. Because a blow dryer has the limitation of needing to be safe for being in close proximity with human skin. This thing, a heat gun has no such limitation. It's used for like melting plastic and heat shrink, which is used on electronics and all of that stuff. Maximum blow dryer, yes. Yes. It is literally a personal heat ray. It's amazing. There are many a project that I've done that has required the heat gun, and it has also saved my skin quite significantly. Like, I don't know how many of you guys remember the dragon project that I had last year, but I had to bend a lot of PVC pipe, and I assure you it would have been an impossible nightmare had I not had a heat gun. Like, I've got a weird number of oddly specific tools that I've used. I like the sound of heat rays. They're a classic in the business. Indeed, indeed. Yeah. You see, this is what happens when one's experience of crafting is highly influenced by the cosplay community. You get to know some very interesting materials. I once was going to be more involved in cosplay, but I just never ended up being able to stick with it. Let's get this hair in place. Ugh. Doesn't need to be 100% on this sketch. It's fine. You ever cosplayed as someone, or would you rather like to work creating a cosplay? I'm no seamster, sewer person, but I've done some cosplay. Yeah, I have cosplayed very, very, very little bit. A very, 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 very little bit. I made I'm not going to mention any of the characters that I did. I did 2 specific characters. One was an armor build and one was a closet cosplay that I just stitched a wig together for. And quickly made some jewelry accessories to get to work. The only garment that I've actually sewn for myself was a yukata that I made for myself. It's too broad because I messed up with measurements, so I actually need to still do a adjustment to the center seam in the back to get that to fit better, but it's nice. Of course, in classic Harrier style, the armor build was my first cosplay. And, yeah, of course she would do armor as a first cosplay. Like an absolute mad person. But it was very fun. It took me months, and it did not even survive the journey to the event where I wore it without cracking. So needless to say, it only got worn once before being retired. But I don't regret it. I learnt a lot, and if I hadn't gone through that exercise, I would not have been able to do the Dragon project that happened last May. So I think it was a worthwhile learning experience. There's always damage for some reason. Exactly. Experience was absolutely valuable. Exactly. Even if you don't understand the reason for a thing, its value exists. If you don't understand the reason for a thing happening, one must just not be so quick to dismiss it, because everything has its value. Every experience. Weird and niche as other people may think that they might be. I did pretty simple shortcut ones and there was still damage. Yeah. The thing is, I did an EVA foam build and it bent in the suitcase because I had to travel a very, very long distance and I had to fly to get to the event. And I think between being stuffed in a suitcase and that suitcase being in a non-compressed cargo cabin. It must have kind of vacuumed itself flat at high altitude, which would have definitely cracked it. Joshua, hello, hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Yes, yes. I don't know if I'd say publicly what costumes I've done either. Yeah, no. Where I reside, there is a relatively small cosplay community, so it's pretty easy to figure out who's who just by what characters you've done. Especially in public places. If you're the sort of person who really only ever cosplays at home, you're safer. But I was cosplaying in public places, so... I'm not going to mention who I was at those events. I'm no part of no community, but I did go to places, yeah. Now, let me tell you, you don't even need to be actively commenting and sharing and blah blah. If you're in a small place like I am, the information travels. It just travels. Wrong. Let's see. There we go. Copy. Paste. Hide the base. Here. Cut that. Cut that. And let's go and cut everything else that's unnecessary so that I don't confuse myself. With extra lines that don't need to be on this layer. Transfer down. Okay, that's that one. So if I hide our shear and I hide our concept sketch, the last thing that needs to happen is this little line here. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now if I hide the base, everything should be closed. Yes, yes, looks like it. Great, fantastic. Grab our medium gray. Let's put that in everything that's supposed to be silver. Come on. What's going on here? Save. Come on, what's going on? What's going on? I've not got the opacity locked. The layer is visible. What's going on? Why are you not filling? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why. That's why. That's why. It's because this is still transferred down. Edit. Convert brightness to opacity. That's why it was not doing anything. Okay. There we are. Here, grab. There we are. There we are. There we are. Okay. Sometimes one just needs to debug one's own stupidity. Pardon me. Oof. I don't like that I'm sneezing. Thank you. I really hope that it doesn't get worse. Okay, fill in the corners and these little bits. Alright, lock opacity. Zany, hello, hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Let me just collapse this a little bit further. There. I'm doing good with a hint of annoyed. Oh no! I hope the annoyance is something that can be dissipated fairly swiftly. Because being annoyed sucks. Save. It's work related and I'm home now, so it can't annoy me anymore until tomorrow. Okay. Work annoyances in that regard. It's nice when you're able to just put them down at the end of the shift and come back to it after a night's sleep. Whew. Speaking of, I didn't actually get to have my recalibration nap this afternoon into the biphasal sleep cycle. So if I am a little bit low energy, I apologize. And on that front as well. There was a little bit of domestic work that needed to happen this afternoon that was abnormal. And I didn't really get to take my nap. And I think I only managed to fall asleep at like 4 o'clock this morning, so I am a little bit under snoozed this day. But we will fight on. Okay. Alright, front side is almost done. Let me put shear 2 behind. Grab that. And let's add a little bit of shine to the shear here. And we had spray. This is what gave us our sparkles, right? Definitely wasn't droplet, and it definitely wasn't running spray. Yeah, it was this one. Okay. Add glow. Okay, clear it. There we go. We've got shinies. And here, add glow. I'm not happy with that. Clear it. That works. That works, that works, that works. Okay, that works. I need to do a prep sketch for the back view because I'm not warmed up actually. Unless duplicate, edit, transform, flip horizontal. Okay, there we go. Placement set. Apply. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take away everything related to hair. And then everything that's in the middle. Something like that, maybe. Remove all of that. Remove that. There you go. We're just going to start with a silhouette and then work backwards. Almost there, almost there. Okay. And that is hydrate time. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and let us take a sip. What is everyone drinking today? What is everyone drinking today? I'm curious. My coffee is finished, so I'm back on the water. That's got a couple of grains of salt dissolved in it. Just so that the electrolytes can help the water actually stick. Because I did not drink enough water today. Hype, you've got orange water tea emotes. Interesting. I don't know if I need to interpret it as citrus tea or orange juice. Ah, orange juice, orange juice. I had tea while at work, so it's water for the rest of the day. Wow. Okay, interesting. I did not know that being at home was a proviso to not have tea. Shame. Uh-huh. I need some water at some point. Fair, fair. There we are. Okay, almost got this one. And then this is gonna come up. Let me just put this at an angle so that I can work comfortably. May I ask perhaps a stupid question about the workload compensation for working on reference sheets? Honestly, the amount of work hours that I put into them versus the actual amount that I make. Actually, because I do the reference sheets basically in conjunction with the character design stuff. So I'm pretty much only charged really for the character design. The reference sheet is just the easiest way to convey that. I actually need to do that math again because I can't remember what my logic was behind my pricing structures there. I just got called out by Nat and I don't know how to feel about that. Oh no! I actually need to see. What was the last reference sheet that I did before this one? This is 13 hours, 31 minutes. How much did I charge for this one? No, this one is not a good example because this was the 5th one. I think this one was a discount number because yes, this one was a discount number because of loyalty card stuff. So the pricing is... Wait, let me actually check my math because otherwise it's going to bug me for the rest of stream. It was supposed to be £200. Divide by, this is 13 hours. How many hours did I spend on the open? On the iterations, how many hours did I spend there? Oh no, that's the PNG. Of course, I'm not going to get any time check information there. Open. Is that a yes you may? I don't know if it's appropriate to ask about pricing. Also keep it through appropriate communications channels. No, I'm fine with talking about pricing. 4 hours 47. So that's currently 13 hours. Let's put it at... Let's estimate 16 hours of work on this, plus the 5 hours, because it's every hour in part thereof. That's 21, so £200 divided by 21 working hours. That puts us at £9.5 per hour of man. It's £9.5 per man hour. I don't know how reasonable that pricing is, depending on where you are in the world. What's pound to rand today? Yeah, it's reasonable. It's reasonable. It is totally... wait, what is minimum wage? South Africa. Yeah, it's like... It's significantly higher than minimum wage in my country. 28 rand per hour. What is that in... Wait, what is that in pounds? Okay, it's basically like time. It's like 10 times minimum wage. Not that that means much because minimum wage is £1.12 per hour in my country. That's nothing on the international stage. But not every hour that I actually spend is a... How can I phrase this? The time that I measure when I'm talking about my hourly pricing, if I actually do the backwards math, which I don't usually do, because I don't charge per hour, it's not bad, really. And it only counts the time that I'm actually actively working on a canvas, because if I'm inactive on a canvas for a certain amount of time, what happens is that Clip Studio stops counting. So the time tracking is actually pretty accurate for how much time you're actively spending. So you're not like streaming hours is naturally a lot more than what I actually spend on the commission itself. So if I was charging per hour of stream that I would be doing ish, it would be not a good way of doing business. It would not be a good or ethical way of doing business at all. Because it's work hours for me, sure, but it's not hours that I can charge a client, I suppose. If we could phrase it that way, you know? I don't know if I'm making sense or just rambling into a obscure rambling mess. Thank you. Since we work together on my background, I only have experience from that, and the base price is considerably lower than the character design reference sheet. Yeah. Could you elaborate a little on that pricing difference and what goes into consideration for pricing in general? I will admit that in answering this question right this very second, I am suffering a little bit of brain fog, so it may come across as a bit rambly and a little bit inconcise. So I apologize in advance for that. What I did was I did a lot of research on what other people are generally charging for the same thing. And I wanted to be sort of more or less in the same price bracket while not being the most expensive and not being the most cheap, you know? Like sort of middle of the roadish. So basically I was doing competitive price matching to not undercut other people or myself. Because that's also not good business practice, is to the only way you can get clientele is if you are the cheapest person. That's also not necessarily the best business strategy long term. And it causes a lot of toxic work environment. Also not saying your pricing is off, just interesting to hear from someone completely not in the field. Yeah. No. It's basic red ocean. You kind of just see what equivalent products are offered by your competitors are going for and sort of price match a little bit. Because here's the thing, right? Everything that is human made takes a certain amount of time to make, right? Which means that even if there are 100 million artists in the world, which there are, not everyone is going to have the capacity to work for every potential client in the world. So there is a non-artificial scarcity in terms of work man-hour capacity out in the world. So some competition is always going to happen. So no one artist will ever be a monopoly, which is a good thing. And it's something that when it comes to higher capital things, becomes less and less true. Is the higher the capital that it takes to create a product, the more likely it is that the premier company in that field is going to actually end up being the monopoly. Like we see this in all of the technology fields. All of them. We see that happening. But for something that is both very personal and also sometimes a functional commodity, like what we're making right now, it is something that you can't really monopolize. So in terms of competition, one needs to keep that in mind and have a healthy mindset about it. Like, I am never going to be able to make a reference sheet for every single person on the world. Okay? I know that information is something that I've internalized, and I don't feel salty about it. Someone else is also going to get the work. And that is an important thing to keep in mind. But on the same token, every single artist who makes a thing is going to have their own way of doing it, right? So while I have my style and my own habits and flair, I suppose you could call it, when it comes to making stuff, another artist will have different style and flair and habits, etc., that will shine through in the product that they deliver. And that's healthy. Absolutely, I was more confused since in my amateur eyes the velvet bar background and what work you put into it was more extensive than the ref sheet. You know, I don't actually know. For me, it's weird. The bar was a little bit of an easy gig because I wasn't trying to draw it by hand for a start. Also, you gave me incredibly good references. So there was very, very little actual design work involved. Also, it wasn't a wholly complicated thing. There weren't a gazillion and 3 tiny little details. I didn't have to draw a bookshelf. A bookshelf with all of the little ornaments and whatever. Or messy bedding or all of those things. Those or plants and all of that madness. Those things have a lot of detail and that balloons things. The dreaded bookshelf. The dreaded bookshelf indeed. Because how much information do you actually show? You know? Yeah. Different people have different tastes in and needs for art, and no one artist can cater to everyone or everyone's taste. Exactly. And it's important to have that awareness so that you don't burn yourself out trying to think about how to solve problems that don't actually exist, you know? Generally, one can live a much happier life when you acknowledge that there's some stuff that you're just not going to be able to do. And it's fine. There is enough for everyone, and trying to hoard it all stinks. And just causes problems. But yeah, if you can't tell, I completely lost my train of thought. I'm pretty sure I was saying something of some level of importance, but I can't remember what it was. We were talking pricing structures of that particular thing. Yeah. I'm always looking at the methodology that I'm using for a specific project. And it's a combination of how much actual man-hour effort do I need to put into it? How many extra things do I need to make on the side to make the actual product viable? All of those things. I'm sure I'm underestimating just the actual work of designing a character in the first place. Perhaps I'm looking at full rendered illustration because it might seem more extensive. Yeah, no, actually just drawing an illustration, it might take longer depending on what all is in the illustration, but a good client will give you a good reference that is a complete reference, which means that you literally hardly have to think in terms of the decision-making process of what goes into it. So, like with just an illustration, you know, okay, this is the character that I've got, and sometimes if the client is really nice, they'll tell you what sort of mood and pose they want for the picture, which means that at that point, all you need to do is throw a sketch out down that puts them in the pose that they want, get approval on that, and then just throw lines and colors at it and light and all of that stuff in basically a standardized process. Like, sure, there's skill and mentality and thought that goes into actually doing the process, but you're not actually having to think out the content of exactly what you're putting down. With character design, you're looking at how wearable is this thing? How well does this convey this person's character? You've got to think, is it suitable for the time and the place? Are we trying to be historically accurate to any particular time frame? There's a lot that goes into it. So with character design, that's also why I like to do the iterative thing, where I get a mood board from a client that's got a whole bunch of inspirations, and they can tell me what they like, and then from there we pick and choose and iterate, and then mush the ideas together. And in terms of character design, that's my favorite way to work, because it's not actually all of that dissimilar from a studio methodology that one would see in a more corporate production pipeline, you know? Because it's a functional design for another person. It needs to do the job, and it needs to work for the media that it's going to be put in. So, yeah. It happens that finding artists who are willing to draw men are fairly rare, and Harrier mostly fits exactly what I needed in addition to practically specializing in drawing men. Yeah. Funny how that works out, huh? We just happen to find the right person at the right time. Very grateful for that. Very interesting. That sounds very extensive. Thanks for the insight. No, that's an absolute pleasure. Bread, hello. That's a mood area. It's great to also work with. Oh, thank you, Bread. How are you doing? Oh, you guys, you're too nice. You're too nice. What is a girl to do? with all this flattery flying about? What is a girl to do? I'm also just going to be putting on record, this is the first time that I'm actually designing formal dresses. I think for anyone ever, now that I think about it. It's never been applicable to any of my characters. None of my original characters have needed formal dresses. Can't wait to work with you again in the future. Looking forward to it. Hype, hype, hype. Thank you. And design work is always an interesting process. I usually spend 2 weeks making the mood board and reference sheet, and then it doesn't help much because my notes are a mess. Nah, that's also the weird thing when it comes to getting concepts in place, is that if you start with visuals, sometimes it actually is counterproductive if you start with the visuals for your character. And the reason being for that is that depending on the media that you're working with, what will happen is that as you work with this character, they develop in ways that kind of deviate from what makes sense for what you originally envisaged aesthetically. Which is why, like, if you are, let's say that you're doing a film project. Could be animated, could be theatre, it could be whatever. You could be live action, whatever, doesn't matter. The first thing that needs to happen in all cases is that you need to have your story written to completion. Your story needs to be complete first before you start looking at visual cues. And this is something that I learned in the process of trying to write my own story over the last decade and a bit, which I'm still in rewrite processes about. Next time I do a writing stream, yes, it is on the cards, I'll probably work on that, but I'm just going to blur out the words while we do that. But if you start with a design and then you write the story, you're going to end up with deviations. If you have the story, you get the plot points down, then you develop the characters and their individual arcs, and then you can see what actually is going to communicate that character most effectively. Looks at the several page document of sketches and visual things. Yeah. Like, if you like designing things just for the sake of designing things, it's very tempting to just go straight into the visuals. Like, you guys have seen this Blue Wings character that I have last week posted about a little bit, right? I still need to repost on X after glazing. I still need to get around to actually glazing all of those things again. But let me just open up. Let me just open up cancel. Here. I don't know if okay, that's the hydrate. Open. So I don't know if you guys have seen this guy that has been floating around on my page last week. Or was it the week before? I think it was last week, right? Hydrates. Okay. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. So, this guy is one of the oldest characters that I own. He has been with me for, I think, since about the tail end of 2013. He's old. He's been with me a while. I love him dearly. I recently stumbled over one of, well, not stumbled, I went hunting for some of my oldest work involving him. This is dated August 2014. It's very difficult to see because this is a photo out of a sketchbook, but this was one of the earliest drawings of him I could find that still exists. What does Brett say? Yeah, especially since I tend to turn my OCs around in my head when I'm bored at work, so I have visuals mentally, started from that, but beyond that, my ability to get that legibly on paper is questionable. One day I'll start writing out details and sculpting out a shape in my head, then spend a few hours looking for references for shapes, and then sometimes build a mood board, then after everything is put together, and I'll promptly forget about it for a while. Adeline waited close to 3 years for a reference sheet. Wow. Wow. That guy? I loved seeing the posts of him. 10 years. Yeah, I've had him for a while. He's been with me for a very, very long time. It's a little bit tricky to see in this one. Let me just open up a slightly more recent drawing of him. This one might have my old signature on. Yeah, it's got my old signature on. Whoops. Let me just hide that for a second. Yeah, like you can see between the years how the design has definitely taken some shifts. And if I go to the most recent picture with him, there are some elements that stayed the same, but there are some elements that definitely changed over time. Like, I don't have the very, very first picture that I drew of him anymore. Sadly. It's lost media. Because too many computer crashes happened and data transfers and all of that madness. But yeah, he's been with me a while. And as we went through the process of trying to figure out the story that he exists in, I go to... There was one stage where I thought I was going to write this entire thing at a point in time where he was younger. Yeah. Let me just see if I can find it. Let me find it. Thank you. Surely. Come on. Thumbnails load. Ah, yes. Like, there was a point where I thought that I was... the story that he was going to be in, I was going to do a younger version. Whoops. And for the most part, his colors have pretty much stayed the same ever since the very, very first reference sheet. Ever since the very, very first reference sheet, his colors have stayed the same, but that's about where it ends. I've had Zany the longest out of all of my OCs, but the only design I had for him was a Minecraft skin from the longest time. If I can find one, I may throw a pic on the older MC skins in the Discord when I hop onto my PC. It'll look almost nothing like Zanny does now, aside from being a blockman. Yeah. No, I understand what you're talking about there. But yeah, aside from obviously art style having developed quite significantly. Yeah, this was the second picture I did with the reference sheet was actually the second picture I did of him. He no longer has this feral form. But that I only learnt as I was rewriting and rewriting and rewriting and developing the story and developing the character. And as one does the process of actually getting to know the character in the setting, what becomes important to the character and conveying the character changes. So as that information becomes more or less relevant, what you actually need to include in the character design at the end of the day will also change. Like, I am probably going to use this guy's armor look again at some point, but at the point in time where this illustration takes place, that's on screen at the moment, it's not relevant for him because he's never needed the armor before. At this point in his life, this is what would be relevant for him. No more, no less. And as the character changes and progresses, the look changes and progresses as well. Bread's actually a really recent OC. The bread roll is one I made 3 days after my first stream. Oh my word. Then the Eldritch form a few months later, then static, then corpse and figurine is like less than a year. Also nice. Yeah. I am kind of writing a little bit furiously because I really want to get back into doing comic art. And I want to actually, now that I've got an ending in mind for this story, I want to write it and actually finally put it into a form where I can put it out in the world. At one point, Zany had a robot arm. Oh, wow. I can imagine that. I can imagine that. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah. Like, in the Blue Guy's story, I can't remember. I think I've lost the first ever draft for that as well, because once again, computer crashes, etc., all of those horrible things that happened. I know in the 2021 edition of the story, I think I got up to something like just shy of 70,000 words in the story. And it was barely halfway to where I wanted it to go. And I didn't have an ending in mind, and it was kind of going nowhere. And the 2024 version went up to, I think, about 40,000 words. This year's version is still sub 15,000 words. But then again, I've only like barely started. I started this year's rewrite basically now in April. I was like 9 or 10 when that happened. Oh wow. You know what? Fair. But yeah, all of that circles back to be effective with character design, you need to know where they're going first. And then once you know who the character actually is, then you can make them look like something. 70k, halfway with no ending? Yep. But it was a completely different story at that time. I'd done a lot of refinements to the world builds. I scrapped an antagonist who was actually not making sense for the rest of the world build. Like, there was alien parasites involved and etc, etc, and it was not making sense. So I had to slay a few little darlings that now live in various graveyard documents. Along the way, that has happened. I still have the 2021, 2022, 23, and 2024 versions to refer to. But yeah. The flood. Yeah, let's put it this way. The very, 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 very earliest drafts of the story were, firstly, not on the planet that the story now takes place in. And there was going to be some weird isekai things going on between planets that were not Earth. And it was funky. It was funky. 15-year-old me had some weird things going on in between the ears, I think. Weirder things. Some of the ideas were good, and I've retained them. And some of the characters have remained the same. Some have migrated to other worlds. Yeah. Old stories written when young go places. Yep. I think the thing that one needs to do is not ever throw away the old work. But it's okay to not finish it. Because the ideas that you put down, sure, they may not necessarily work in the original story you thought they were going to go in, but maybe, just maybe, it might work in your second or your third or your fourth or your fifth story. Your second or your third or your fourth or your fifth world build. And that is valuable. Yeah, just keep iterating and refining. Yeah. And I mean, if I compare the story that I have got now against what it originally was, the main character has changed like 1, 2, 3, 4. The main character has changed like 4 times. As the iterations went through the process. And yeah, I'm just happier now with where it's going, that it's an actual palatable story. I have cut my teeth a little bit on actually writing prose in the ways that I messed up over the years, going straight into writing by the seats of my pants a little bit, as I did back then, with only a half-baked plan and a whole bunch of scenes playing between my ears. So I have gotten at least decent at putting words next to each other in a pleasant enough order. Now I just need to have the backbone that the words are following be the right backbone. So yeah, I want to get to the point where I can actually put that thing out in the world as both a light novel and as a comic. Now that I've got VGen in existence, and we can do digital stuff, I can actually sell PDF versions of a light novel without having to go through publishing backdoors and bloody fish paste and all that madness, which makes it more accessible, I think. Because now that the VGen store is actually launched, there is in fact a comics and light novels category in the store, which I am going to very much want to use and abuse in future. I just need to actually have the stories to put in there. Yeah, there are a lot of reasons why I was very keen for the VGen store, guys. Voice packs, comics, light novels, all of that stuff. Wallpapers, art assets, you name it. I just need to actually get around to actually finishing making them all. There we go. And I mean, it's gonna take time, obviously, to do everything that I want to do. And if I can be so bold as to lean on your guys' support in that, dream of making cool stuff, then I hope to make it something that is viable for me to exist off of, you know? Okay, so of course, always love seeing your stuff. Oh, thank you, Braid. Okay, so silhouette cleanup is finally done. Silhouette cleanup is finally done. Now we can actually start thinking about what we are looking at. Okay, let me switch that back on again, clear it. Hide the base. So, if we look at the front view, this over the deltoid part of the shoulder band is not in fact connected to the bottom end of the arm eye. So, this is automatically wrong. However, what we can do is we can use this sort of downward triangle motif that is prevailing a little bit here to our advantage. And we can make this make sense. Wrong layer. Merge that down. Now the small of the back sits there, so our pinnacle will be let's show that so that I've got landmarks to work with. Inks. Clear that. I feel like that is not actually in the right place, but anyway. If I do... Undo again. Don't want it to go too low because that'll look strange as well. I know I'll be commissioning 2 or 3 more outfit ref sheets, hopefully before the end of the year, but we'll see. Oh, wow. Okay. Looking forward. But no pressure if things happen that put you in unexpected situations. Please do not feel compelled to make promises that may not necessarily be viable to keep. Because, man, life, especially when it comes to finances, has a weird way of finding new ways of not going as planned. Apollyon Live, hello, hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I always get hit with the curse of, oh, this would look great in rear style. Wait, that's a designer idea? Is that TOS something? Wait, is that's a design idea? That's TOS or something? She said she doesn't like. Never mind. Oh, shame, no. Oh, dear. Yeah. I know I've got some strict TOS stuff, but it's not stuff that I'm comfortable with going easy on. So as cool as some things may be, I have my limits. I thought of that. These outfits should be a TOS safe. Okay. Yeah. Look, with outfit designs, The outfit itself is usually not a problem. The one thing that I just want to usually be mindful of is what the outfits get put on, you know? I don't hold it against you, I just don't want anyone to push anyone over what they're comfortable. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I think in all of my time where I've done commission art, which has been a while, I only recall one instance where I was not comfortable working with someone strictly based on their outfit. And sometimes the timing's funny, like with the 1, 2, 3 drawing challenge with that one you said scared you. I tuned in right before and thought, static in that pose vibe would be cool. Never mind. Yeah, no. Sorry. Okay, this is where I need to apply some brain power. Finally coming to this part. So, the idea here is that this is supposed to be something that looks a little bit like a wing that wraps around. So on that side, we've got something like that. And honestly, given the weirdness and vibe of my forms, and whenever I decide to lean into the Eldritch Horror side, I'm expecting it, so it happens. Oh well. Okay guys, I'm gonna be really brutally honest with you guys right now. The brain fog is hitting me between the ears really, really hard. Right this very second. And I'm very scared that I'm going to make decisions on this back view that I might not actually be in the right mental state to be able to do effectively. So before I do anything permanent that is going to mess things up, because this structural part, I don't feel like I could really mess it up too much, but now when it comes to actually putting together the design for how this back view actually works, I'm very scared that in my current mental state I'm going to maybe do something suboptimal. Let me just get this piece of chain in place. And there's a hydrate, so this is actually begging for a tassel or a dangle of some description back here. That much I'm comfortable adding in at this point. Because that makes sense to me right this very second. I just don't want to do design decisions when I'm feeling scatterbrained. And then I look at it next week and I think, Harrier, what knob stupid thing did you do just now? I think it's... I've only 2 characters that I know you won't touch. Most everyone else should be good at. Okay. Look, I've had some very interesting characters that have been like borderline on what I would touch. I have a writer friend who I wanted to do a comic with for the longest time, but between work being mad and needing a lot of pre-production and all of that madness, it just never came off the ground, and I still feel bad about it. Because we were working on that for also years, really. And it just never took flight. One of the characters there, pretty much the major antagonist, was borderline on what I would now consider TOS. The only reason I was willing to really entertain that particular character was because it was very much a non-ambiguous villain. And there was no confusion about its existence being something negative. They're literally half demons, yeah. I got hit with ads. Whoopsie. I forgot to check for when the ads fly. Sorry. Last thing I heard was the story about the friend with the character that was borderline TOS. Yeah. I pretty much didn't speak since you said that you were behind the ad wall. But yeah. It was very much obvious that it was a character that was intended to be a force of evil. And it was always going to be something that no one could like, in the sense of it was... Okay, you've got people who really, really like monsters and villains, so I can't really say it's not likable, but one oughtn't like it, you know? By nature of what it was. You know, it's the sort of thing that... You're not glorifying it in weird ways, you know? Because the last thing I want to do is glorify stuff that is evil. That's something that I do not want to do. Ever. And unfortunately, when it comes to creative stuff, it's very easy to do that. One with cool design, horrible story implications. Got it. Yeah, pretty much. Literally imagine ethereal rage monster. That was literally the character. And yeah, really cool. I actually don't think I can show that one at the moment, though. I haven't even shown the Writer Friends community that one yet, have I? Wait, let me just go there quickly. Let me see. Did I show it here? Where are you? Colorverse. Wow, it's been a while since I was in here. I did the color library. Did I not post it? I don't think I did. Oh, okay, that's something I'm gonna need to do. I'm going to need to do that still. I'm gonna need to clean it up first, but yeah. Tie a knot in my tail about that one, okay. But yeah. Okay. Right, Harrier, get your head screwed on straight for a bit. Alright. We've got structure. But my brain is all over the place. Oof, but happens? Yeah. So, basic structure for the back view, I think, is in place. The details for the embroidery on the shoulders, I want to procrastinate on a little bit because I am not 100% convinced that I'm going to do it justice in the way that my brain is currently operating. And I do not want to stuff up. I really don't want to stuff up. That's fine. Okay, thank you for your grace on that. Thank you for your grace on that. Time check. We've been streaming for 2 hours, of which only one has actually been work. Yeah, of which only one has been actual work, because when we started taking tangents, it was 13 hours on the clock. Now it's 14 hours on the clock, on the canvas. Right, so what has everyone else been keeping busy with this stream? Aside from listening to me ramble about character designs and business practices and pricing structures and minimum wages and all of these weird madness things. What has everyone else been keeping busy with while we've been yapping? I don't trust myself to animate right now either. Let's see what else is on my to-do list. What else is on my to-do list? Let me check. So many of my entries are for the pre-made. And I also don't exactly trust myself to work on right this very second. What have I got that's low stakes? 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 To-dos. Okay. I am struggling to think. That is all voice pack editing that I've got to do. I've still got to record Foley. Misthaven character reference sheets, which I'm still putting a pin in because I've got other stuff that is very much more priority. Than building side characters when I can't even get myself with my head screwed on right yet. Okay, so let's think. We've got a couple of options. I can either work on a couple more Harrier emotes, or I can start looking at a you see, is that so much of what I actually want? I wish I had the means to actually commission other people to make. Find an old skin file, throw it in a render, and then into Discord. It is now perceivable. Ooh, ooh. Let's just quickly go to the chat screen. I want to see. Okay. Very solid, actually. That is actually pretty solid. One can get a good sense of the character just on that skin. That's not bad. I can actually still recognize Zane, even with slightly different colors and all of that. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. A lot of the assets that I want to have from me, I actually want to commission other people to do. I just don't have the means to do so. It's a little bit frustrating because I don't actually want to have everything in made by me for me, you know. I know as an artist it's supposed to be like the thing that, oh yeah, you're the artist, you can make all of your own assets, blah. It's just blech. The oldest skin I can remember still used the Steve skin as a base. You know what? I'm going to experiment a little bit. I'm just going to experiment a little bit because I actually haven't drawn this weekend at all. I never drew this weekend and I'm feeling rusty. I'm feeling rusty. That's half of my problem. Let's see. Who shall we draw? Who shall we draw? Who shall we draw? Let's think. Because I don't actually want to... Part of my brain says that I should actually do ending screen asset stuff. Also, I don't really know how I want to do that. Because a lot of it wants background stuff and I need to I still gotta build background stuff for when 3D eventually happens. I've still gotta actually work on 3D Harrier more. The low poly 3D Harrier pseudo chibi needs to still get rigged. So that I can actually texture it. Ugh. So much stuff is just up in the air. And I don't feel like I've got the capacity to focus on any of it. Back from the lurk, white canvas full of possibilities. Yes, lots and lots of possibilities. Let's see. Let's think. Who can we work on? Who can we work on? I'm just trying to think for a second. I'm sorry. My brain is loud. And it's not cooperative right now. Ugh. Let me think. It has been a small eternity since I've drawn a Vocaloid, maybe. Now that I'm hearing Kaito. But now I'm not feeling it. Let's think. Having a mood or a vibe would be a good start. Or maybe we should just do some studies. Maybe let's just do some studies. Let's just do some study sketches. I think that'll be, maybe the best. Just kind of start and go wherever with it. Nope. Also not vibing. Brain, cooperate, please. This is annoying. This is annoying, it's annoying, it's annoying, it's annoying, it's annoying, it's annoying, it's annoying. Not knowing what to do is annoying. Knowing what ought to do, but not knowing what to do. Very much dislike it. Okay, I'm gonna accept suggestions from the floor. I'm gonna accept suggestions from the floor. What do you guys want to say? What do you guys want to see? I'm gonna take the opportunity to hydrate again. We're probably gonna get the hydrate reminder any second now, but it's in about 10 minutes. It's fine. The pressure. Yeah. Welcome to the inside of my brain. It's like, I want to draw something for myself. What am I gonna do? Cue loud static. I don't even know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. This is maybe the not sleeping getting to me now. I am gonna be right back. I'm gonna make myself some tea. And see if I can maybe come up with an idea between now and when I get back. If I am lucky... Oh, wait. Oh, no. My dad brought coffee. Oh. Make some nice calming tea. Yeah. My dad made me a cup of coffee. What feels like, based on the temperature, like 40 minutes back. That I forgot about. 30, 40 minutes ago. Whoops. I completely forgot about it. Again. Whoops. Let's think. Because I don't want to do something that I'm not going to get impatient with, because I feel like I get impatient halfway through stuff, and then I don't ever actually spend more than an hour on them, and then I feel like I've wasted the hour. Anything specific? Does it have to be Harry or just whatever? I'd prefer to not draw me. I would honestly prefer to not draw me, because I dislike drawing myself. Honestly, I do. I don't dislike my design, I just have always disliked drawing myself. It feels like it's all I've been doing for the last 3 years, and I hate it. It's one of the reasons why I really want to commission other people to draw me. For assets, for things like, if something happens, in, like, if someone subs or a raid or whatever, the little animation that plays, I want to get someone else to make something for that. And, the little hydrate animation that I want to pop up instead of the water bottle. I'd like that to be made by someone else, preferably. One day I'd like to actually have a starting and ending screen made by someone else as well. How about some VTuber fan art from someone you like? Possibly. It's tricksy. I tried to spend some time over the weekend catching up on a couple of VTubers. So that I could actually do some stuff, but it's just... Once again, my head was loud and I ended up having stretches where I paused a video or a VOD, whatever. And brain went on a tangent for like an hour before I was able to actually hit play on the video again. And that happened several times throughout the weekend. And that's like the norm for me when it comes to actually engaging in other people's stuff, is like, I start a thing, they say a thing, I pause it because brain's going on a tangent and I can't focus on what they're saying. And then I spend an hour, I don't even know doing what, between my ears. Because thoughts are just spiraling in every other direction. And then I come back to it and it's like, it takes me 3 days to watch a 1 hour VOD. It drives me insane sometimes. And what VOD is only 1 hour, right? Makes it difficult. You see, this is one of the reasons why I'm very, very, very much thinking about also getting an assessment, because I can't even focus on the stuff that I like anymore. It's kind of very challenging. You know what? I'm gonna draw Beastie. That's what I'm gonna do. If I can't think of a person, draw a Beastie. Let's do that. And there's our hydrate. I feel you, I can hear the frustration. What does give you a creative boost usually? A creator, nice scenery, a warm gentle cup of coffee. You know, it's been difficult to tell lately. It's actually been difficult to tell lately. And I think that's one of the things that scares me a little bit. Also, love the new mascot design. Just saw it today on Discord. Ah! I'm glad you like the new mascot. I have been... I thought I was going to commission someone else to design a mascot. At some point, I thought that was going to be a thing. And then... I don't know who I saw it was a fan art of, but someone with hair vents. It might have been Crony. Might have been Oro Crony. But now that I think about it. And I thought, huh, I can do something with wings for that. And then, boom, there was a bird. Just this idea of these stylized hair vent looking wings. Just kind of popped in my head. I was like, ah, let's try it. And it kind of sort of worked. I can't remember how this thing looks. It is in this folder, right? Should be. Oh, is that how Echo's tail looks? I forgot about that. It's a perfect blend of super cute and really cool. Awesome, awesome. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Old reference. I forgot how stocky this guy is. Wow. I forgot how stocky this guy is. Huh. Echo, you're stocky. I forgot that. Big boy? Yeah. I also forgot how fluffy you are. Wow. This looks like a completely different creature. This looks like a completely different creature. This looks more like... Who does this look like? Looks more like this guy. It looks more like this guy. Me and putting my bloomin' signature places. Ugh. Yeah, it does look more like him. Okay, just one tick. And back. Okay. Also in need of updates, actually, now that I look at it. Also in need of updates, because I decided that I was going to separate this headpiece. Yeah, this is the actual body shape that I was looking at. Also, stockier than I remember. Okay. Alright, Cadogan, let's do the thing. I don't remember if I was gonna... Was I gonna split this? I've actually rediscovered my passion for sports anime again. That always gave me quite a boost in motivation for anything generally, especially with the right music behind it. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just hit the right thing at the right time, you know? With the VODs that I watched over the weekend, I did get a couple of names to look up to add to my to start list at some point. I actually just need to get around to watching a couple of things now. But this was one of the good ones. Add some expression. Because this guy is almost never shaped like this unless things are going really wrong. Yeah, I decided to split his antlers. I remember deciding to split his antlers. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm glad I reverted to that. Zany, thank you for the stretch. It's actually good timing for that. And the save button. I should probably do that, huh? Yeah. And hydrate somewhere while we're at it. Triple whammy. Gotcha. File, save as. This is gonna go somewhere in... this is gonna go in divisive or... Is this gonna go in divisive or is it gonna go in... Miss Art? Let's put it in Miss. Let's call this 2025 0421 Cadogan. Save. Because coming up with titles is not my strong suit, so just putting the date and the name of whoever is actually the character involved is the easiest naming convention I could come up with to actually be able to find stuff ever again. So, saved. Hydrate. Whew. Okay. Yeah, I think it was maybe a good call deciding to draw a feral character for a change. It's been a while. I mean, I like Cadogan how he appears in his... Ugh, I did that again. In his human, but... let me just, once again, just do this for a second. No. Here we go, and... Yeah, I kind of liked how this guy looked in his human, but as well, but... I'm glad I decided to draw him feral. Stretch. We've got a stretch. Let's do that. Ow. Okay. Let's do this as well. Dumbbells. Up. Forward. Down. Let's sit on the edge of the chair. Shoulders. Rock back. Up. Down. Rock back. Up. And down. Okay. There we go. And to the sides. There we go. There we are. That'll do the trick. Movement has happened. Okay. Alright, and the coffee is now cold, so let me just down it while we're at it, because why not? Okay. Need to make sure that his paws don't look too human. Despite keeping the same number of digits. That'll good. So sad, but I'll have to head to bed now. Thanks for the stream, Maria. Keep up the great work and try to stay calm and take a breather from time to time. I'm positive things will look brighter soon. Thank you, Hype. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I am 90% sure that the loud between the ears is just a lack of sleep talking. More than anything else. Because, yeah. But I hope that you rest well, and I really appreciate you dropping in and being here with us today. I really, really, really appreciate it. And I hope that when we meet again tomorrow, my brain will be in a better space. If you're here tomorrow, I'm no pressure. No pressure. Something like that. Wait, does he have a shifter pocket in both sides, or is it just the one? No, it's just the one. Of course it's just the one. He only needs one shifter pocket. I'll try my best. Until then, have a great rest of stream and good sleep. Okay, thank you so much. Rest well. Yeah, he only needs one shifter pocket. He's got no reason to have a second earring. Okay. Let's reduce that. And let me put you in your own window up here. Okay. Okay, let's try this. He's most got a... He has got a scar on his jaw, yes. Let me just put that in before I forget about it. Let's start at the tail and work forward. And put that on 15. It's a good size. Of course, it's the wrong brush still. Put this on 10. Not 140, 10. That looks more right. That looks more right. Okay, there we go, there we go. Upright? Are we upright? Yes, we are. Okay. Not happy with that, actually, at all. We're gonna have the butt fluff. It needs to be decent looking. There we go. And rotate. Okay. It's been a little while since I've drawn hoofs, but it's okay. So far, so good. Wait, let's just check if I put it on. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I've committed to putting this on monochrome layer. What it looks like is what it looks like. I'm not sure how far I'm going to take this picture, but if I do anything with it, I'm probably going to paint over. And there we've got a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. There we go. The first digit should be shorter. Hmm. Yeah, cardigan was definitely the right call to draw this day. Okay. Hmm. That ain't it. Something like that. Okay. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Have I done creature art on this channel before? I can't remember. I just thought of this. It's just struck me. It's just struck me. I don't think I've ever drawn creature art on this channel. Have I? Have I? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me just quickly check. Have I done creature art as Harry Citadel? I can't remember now. I've done one drawing of Maple. That's it. I drew only one? I've not done feral art as Harrier yet? Gasp. Okay, wow. been a while then, yikes. I'm shocked that I've not actually done any feral artwork on this channel yet. Can't believe it. Nope. In like that. Okay, this antler is coming together nicely at least. There we go. Why do I smell ash? Please let my sinus be in one piece. Please don't let me be getting sick. I really can't handle the idea of getting sick right now. Okay. There we go. Now, how many throat scales has he got again? He's got, I think 4? Yes, 4. One. 2. 3. 4. Actually, there's going to be there's got to be at least 6. Surely. Unless I do this. Hmm. Okay. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. 5 makes sense. 5 I can live with. 5 makes sense between both the human and feral. Okay, there we go. Right, I've still got to do the tops, teeth. Now this one's gonna sit there. Its partner sits behind this tooth, so you're not gonna see it. Let's just not have this on a tangent. Like that, okay. Then it's just this other arm, and then scalation on the arms and on the knees. There we are. Something like that. Undo, undo. Something like that. Almost got all of these claws down. Okay. Now, escalation. We've got 2. And then the third one on the list, and then we've got there we go. Knees and oh, he's also got scales on his calves. I forgot about those. Then we've got 4. Okay, then knee. Right. Okay, there we go, there we go. Rope needs to be a little bit further back. This guy's got lung capacity on him, so need to bulk up that rib cage. Right. There was a tuft of fur by the shoulder as well. And we've got to hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Are we all holding out okay? Okay. Not sure how I feel about it, how binary it is on this kind of layer, but we'll... if I switch this back to color now, is it still going to be... Yeah, it's still going to be binary. Still, it's looking decent. It's looking decent. Apply to connected only. Grab inside. Grab inside. Invert. Full. Let's check here. Okay, there we go. Okay, I am gonna go be right back. And yes, see you all momentarily. Right, I am back. 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 Okay. All right, there we go. Messed up again. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now go. There we go. Hmm. There we go, there we go. And then he's got this going on. Mm. Something like that. Then something like this. Okay. Hmm. Let's tame this a little bit. Okay, that works, that works, that works. Okay. That is the green in place. Next is going to be the teal. There we go. There we are. There. And up here. There we go. Next is the amber. And the antlers. Okay, there we go. That works, that works. But do I really want to put that distinction on claws? I don't think I do. Let's leave the claws and the paw pads the same as the fur there. And grab that. There we go. Cut, paste, unclip, merge. It would help if I had the right brush selected. That would kind of help a lot. I want to believe. Pretty, thank you so much. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining in. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and currently doing recovery, I suppose you can call it, from a little bit of art block. I was working on some commission work a little bit earlier, but now we're just chilling and vibing with one of my original characters. And there we have a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Yeah. There we go, there we go, there we go. Doodle-doot. Unlock. Let's add the scars in. That'll do the trick. And then teeth. There we are. Okay. Save. And doodle-doot. Iris. Lock. And then we've got a little bit of highlight. Let's hide the sketch. Mm-hmm. There we go, there we go. Okay, that'll do. Now we come back here and we start shading things in. Here we go. That'll do. Now let's handle amber next. Let's talk about it. That's so pretty. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. This is my Karen child. Hello, hello. How are you doing? This is my Karen boy. One of my original characters. Doing good? That's good. That's good. It struck me that I'd never actually done any feral art before here, and it kind of interesting that I had not yet done so on the channel. Considering that creature design is one of the things that I do say that I do. And I had not actually drawn any creatures live before here. And I can't believe that it's been more than a year and I haven't drawn any creatures on this channel yet. Marinating some lemon pepper garlic salmon. Oh my word, that sounds decadent. Wait a second. What was the deal with that? What was the deal with those two colors? Lemon pepper is great for fish, and I was just like, what if I rub garlic butter all over it too? Well, I can imagine it being really good. I can imagine it being really, really good because garlic generally makes everything better. Also very good on fish. So I can totally see it working out rather well. And butter is also just amazing as an ingredient in general. Mm. There we go. I'm happy with that. Those antlers look good. Now let me decide. To what extent do I want to do shading on the rest of this? Let me do this. Multiply. That's going to be on top of everything else. I'm just going to grab that. And let's start with a basic cell shade and figure it out from there. Mm-hmm. Something like that. Actually, no, this is just going to be ambient occlusion. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that, roughly. There we go. Something like that-ish. Something like that. Something like this. Hmm. There we go. Almost. Teki, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? It's been a while. I apologize if I am a little bit quiet. I fear I might be getting a little ill and my throat hurts a bit, so. Great-ish, what about you? Yeah, Slightly scared I might be getting a bit ill, but other than that, doing good, doing good. The brain was loud today, so it was a little bit tricky to stay focused on the commission work, and I didn't want to mess up something. What are you working on? This is an original character of mine, actually. I have not drawn him in a while, and he needed a little bit of a design update from the last time I drew him, which was there. I decided that I was gonna take his antler plate and split it into normal antlers because I was never happy with how he looked with the plate, especially in human mode. So I figured, let's draw my Kirin child. I have not drawn him in a while and I miss him. So yeah, just doing a little bit of art for art's sake, basically. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with the background or if I'm just gonna leave this as is, actually, now that I look at it. Because this is one of those no context drawings, it's just a pose for no reason, so maybe I should just leave it at that. Save. I don't know. Hydrate. I need to hydrate. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. I'm watching a VOD to make a story video and I realized I made a horrible joke. Oh dear. So it's going on the make a short if I need one file. But that's a good type of file to have. Yeah. Let's do group. Add glow. Saved as terrible pun to make a short out of. And now I can get back to my previous activities. Oh, lovely. But are puns truly terrible? I do not think so. I actually really love puns, so that's great. Puns are great. The better the pun, the worse the pain, yes. we go. I don't even know why I bother playing games. I suck at all of it, even for honor. Oh dear. Suck or not, do you have fun though? That is the question. Depends. Well, if at least part of the time you are having fun, then that is enough. And there is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. It's a I'll break things or make the enemy break things dependent. Ah, this one. There we are, there we go, there we go. Doot. Okay. It's just struck me that I did not check at any point what the scalation was on his thumbs on the previous reference. I think 1. 1. Okay, there we go, there we go. Okay, I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Now. Duplicate. Merge selected. Filter. Blue. Gaussian. Click down. That's okay, I guess. It's just a doodle, so I'm fine leaving it at that. I'm fine leaving it at that. Huh. It's been a while since I've drawn this guy. Maybe the next run of daily OC sketches, I should do Cadigan. I think so. Maybe. When I next have the guts for it. But guys, the fact that I have got about 4 too few hours of sleep in me this day has officially caught up. So I am going to love and leave you all. Let me see. It's done. Let's see. Sleep, the sheeps are calling. I think so. I think so. So I am gonna try and do a raid for a change, I guess, if there are enough of us here. Hold it. Yeah, I think let's try to do a raid. There's someone I know who's doing, I think, VTuber art at the moment, so... Well, I know, she says, just someone I'm following, roughly. But I've not actually spoken to the person. But yeah, let's, I think, raid for a change, because I've not done that in a while. So, for everyone on YouTube, I'm going to greet you here. And, for those of us on Twitch, we're going to raid into a certain someone. Do we have a raid message? No. We don't have a raid message. We are just gonna sneak in quietly. Unless you want to do a raid message. I've not thought of one before. The Citadel has right. Oh my word, that is so, that is boss. That is a boss raid message, wow. That is a boss raid message. It won't be quiet, it will be announced. Yeah, this is true, this is true. But, okay, let's talk about it. I can roll with your, suggestion. So YouTube, I'm going to greet you here. Thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate it. And until next time, everyone, rest well. And I shall see you tomorrow for the bit of epi story And then more commission work. Let's hope that my brain will be intact. Alright. So, the Citadel has arrived. Let's copy that. And go raid, I think.